capacities. The third pillar is about attracting investment, promoting delivery through this collaboration between the public sector, between the energy producers and industries, the off-takers, the consumers, to tackle market uncertainties. And then the fourth pillar is about enhancing energy crisis preparedness by revising and upgrading the EU energy security framework and improving price crisis response tools. And there is a lot, obviously, in there, which is of interest for regulatory authorities. And I have to say that we have already started to work on implementing this action plan that was adopted a few months back. And let me mention just a few examples of what is coming, of the initiatives that are coming, that are particularly interesting, I think. In June, we will publish a set of guidance documents, including a guidance on efficient network tariff methodologies, which aims to promote flexibility, optimized grid use, aims at mitigating the cost of expansion and ensuring fair cost allocation. This package will also include guidance on the use of public budgets to lower network tariffs. It will also include the guidance on enabling anticipatory investments in grids while preserving the affordability of the bills. So a lot of issues that I think are kind of our common challenge in the energy policy area. Later in the year, we are also planning to adopt a white paper on deeper electricity market integration. Since a completion of this market is still ahead of us, requires further reflection, and then depending obviously on the reflection, further action. And one of the areas that we plan to look into is more adequate, more cohesive governance framework that would align better national and EU level objectives and ensure that the decisions for the market are taken at the right level, that the decisions, for example, with cross-border impacts are taken again at the right level. The white paper is obviously a launch of the reflection of this process, but then depending on the debate, I would think that there is quite some scope for a robust follow-up. Increasing flexibility of the EU's electricity system remains a big challenge. This is necessary, obviously, to integrate the growing shares of renewables and pass their benefits to the consumers. This is why we will work both on developing policy for energy storage and the demand-side response. A methodology for flexibility assessment foreseen in the electricity regulation will soon be published, and later this year a network code on demand response will also be adopted. These are the kind of first steps leading towards more robust framework for non-fossil flexibility support schemes. Finally, let me mention the importance of grids, including interconnections, the importance of supporting the uptake of renewables, clean energy sources, and removing the physical bottlenecks to our internal energy market. The EU regulatory framework on grids, especially the regulation on 10E, Trans-European Energy Networks, has driven significant progress on cross-border infrastructure development in the previous decade. And last year, 23, we launched a grid action plan to make sure that we use all kinds of tools, including non-legislative tools, to accelerate grid expansion, modernization, and digitalization. But it's obvious, I think, for everyone that the challenges persist. Again, ACER estimates that 32 gigawatts of cross-border electricity needs, which are identified, will remain unaddressed by 2030. And this is much too much. We see also project implementation, which is too slow, hindered by lengthy and complex permitting processes, public acceptability issues, supply chain disruptions, and workforce shortages. We see rising costs. of the projects, which pose major financial challenges to the project developers. And increasingly, cross-border projects create benefits that extend beyond hosting member states. And that obviously requires a discussion how to unlock, let's say, the fair burden sharing for these projects and how to find fair and equitable solutions to distribute costs. Insufficient grid infrastructure leads to higher redispatching costs, growing connection queues, and rising energy prices for consumers. And this ultimately slows down the energy transition and hinders our competitiveness. And this is why by the end of this year, we will present a European grids package. We plan to strengthen cross-border energy infrastructure planning. We plan to achieve more efficient use of existing infrastructure based on digitalization and innovation. We plan to achieve more effective cost-benefit sharing mechanisms for infrastructure of cross-border relevance. And we want to obviously accelerate permitting for energy networks, for storage, and for renewables. 2 weeks ago, we launched a call for evidence and a public consultation to which we encourage you to contribute. And as a conclusion, I would say, as you see, there is a lot of space for regulators' action, for regulators' independence, for regulators' courage in there. The action that obviously would work in line with the main objectives, main priorities for the energy policy: affordability, sustainability, and security. And we will continue supporting the regulators in fulfilling this critical role. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lukas, for outlining a very ambitious program for the Commission, a busy summer, I would think, busy months and quarters and years to come. I think the scenario now is probably much more complex than it was even sort of five and a half years ago. I think the three pillars on which Europe has been working since the process of liberalization started: affordability, efficiency, whatever we want to call it, sustainability and security of supply. They seem to be taking turns into being at the forefront, but now they all come together, and one needs to find a way of addressing, we don't want to give up on our commitment to sustainability, even though I worryingly hear calls for taking a more less aggressive stance. Security is clearly every day on the newspaper, which includes also security and energy supply, and then affordability, efficiency, whatever we want to call the economic dimension, is clearly also at the forefront. So I think now more than ever, and cooperation between policymakers and regulators on their own turf, different turfs, is clearly essential. So thank you very much. I understand that you will have soon to leave. I misunderstood it? Okay, so thank you very much for... Exactly. So I don't know, is there any question for Lukas until he's there? Is here with us there?
For you to take Nadia Hausmann from BNetzA, but also working since years now for CEER, and working also on the issues related to the independence of regulators, also with your colleagues Michael and Oliver Koch. I think from what we heard this morning, very ambitious program of the Commission coming to us, regulator. There is on all the topics you address also tasks that will be sent to the regulators, or that we will have to cope with, or to live with, or to deliver on. I think if we can say something, because you're leaving, so I have to go back to actually the presentation that we would have had at the end of the day, and something that we saw in our study is that the fact that the Commission is very ambitious and delivering every year, every 2 years, a lot of papers, a lot of proposals, is also a very tricky issue, make it a little bit more difficult for regulators to cope with. There is a tendency to deliver so many new ideas without living the old systems delivering properly. It is also something we are struggling with as regulator. So this is definitely something we wanted to give you also, to take with you, to consider this. I think what we realize also is that regulators are willing to cooperate with you. So you were speaking about governance, and this is something we are hearing since last year, that you want to deliver on this topic. A good news for us. Please come back to us. We have also some views on how to best deliver on this governance issue. We are the ones at the end of the day who will have to decide also. So we are really, really here appealing the Commission to take this into account. And we have 20 years now experience. This is what we are speaking about today, and we would be very happy to deliver also, to help you, to support you in this work. And I think the last point that we found in our study is that throughout the years, the last 20 years of regulation, there were a lot of tasks that were given or taken out from the regulators and given to other entities, whether it is CEER or the financial regulators or other entities. We found it with the time quite tricky for us as regulator to have a proper cooperation with all. It makes the job of the regulator really trickier. So if you foresee here again cooperations and the kind of division of work between various entities, this is something we have really to keep in mind also, because it is I would say, a hurdle more on our agenda to tackle. At national level, I mean, I have to cooperate as regulator with the financial regulator in Germany, with the competition authority, with other entities, which is okay, but it could be better organized if regulator would have a say in how to best improve this cooperation. And that would be particularly the case when it comes to wholesale market, for example, where we know we have now an enhanced competence that is given to CEER, that is given to the financial regulators. The idea is good. We have to work on the setting, on a daily business. And this is really where we are struggling at the end of the day. So my appeal would be, please take us also on your journey. We are very happy to accompany you and deliver properly there. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. Thanks to have the perspective of national regulators at this early stage, but I'm very much looking forward to your presentation of the CEER's report. There is a tradition. Lukas, thank you very much indeed. So now we go to I was asked to do a thought experiment. I'm not sure what it means, but I've tried. It's how do you go about undermining the independence of an NRA. So I thought, where would I see the most crucial aspect, or where would I see the part of what regulators do, which may be more prone to be where the independence is more prone to be undermined. So, and in order to do this, one has to start by recalling why we need regulators, because it's not obvious. I mean, for a long time we had an energy system, gas, electricity, but also telecom, other regulated services, where there was no need of regulators. There was a publicly owned company providing the whole service, and that was good enough. I mean, why? And therefore, this is about regulation, is about liberalization, is about competition. The independence should be always seen in terms of what is the final objective. The final objective is to protect the market, protect the investments in the market, because that's what you need once you liberalize the market, and even more at a time like this when you need massive investments in infrastructure. So that's where we are. And in what I will say, I will consider together, the European and the national level. The focus will be on the national level, but the same sort of interaction happens also at the European level between, I would say, the Commission and ACER. So, so it's independence from the industry and politicians, what we're talking about. I refer broadly to politicians, could be the governments, but the executive and the political sphere, which typically have a much shorter time horizons for their interests. And I just mentioned, investments, private investments in the market, in the sector, requires a much longer outlook, and that's why I think regulators, to provide consistency to a sector which otherwise would be very much short-sighted. An investor would not come in if they know that the rules could change every 2 to 3 years or 4 years, depending what is the political cycle. So this is what we are talking about. And clearly, independence could not be unaccountability. So this is where also is another dimension. We need a system which gives regulators sufficient independence to do the job properly and fulfill the task for which, the general task, which is give stability to the sector, mediate the interest of consumers and companies providing services, and it must be always clear that the interest of companies providing services is an indirect interest of consumers. Companies are there not because they need to be there, they are there because they need to serve consumers today, but also tomorrow. So the financial economic viability of undertakings in any regulated sectors is about ensuring that they will still be there in the future to serve future consumers. So independence versus accountability. Accountability to whom? That's the first question, which I think is quite interesting. It's difficult to think beyond Parliament, which is represent the people. But then we have to find a way of making this accountability not an avenue for politicians to come again into the regulatory process. Now, let me see that. To me, the independence from the executive or from the politicians is more insidious than the one from the sector. The one from the sector is, in a sense, it's maybe still dangerous, but is easier to deal with because we probably have more experience in that interrelationship, while there are some points of contacts between, let me refer to politicians and regulators, which are inevitable, unavoidable, and yet they could be a source of threat to independence. And I would like to point to 2 of them. And I'm not talking about frontal interference, like the one we've seen recently in a country where ACER is located, where that was, I think I would say, pretty clumsy. It's not that kind of pretty obvious, let's put it this way. It was a pretty obvious interference with what regulators would do. I'm worried about that. That shouldn't happen. We'll see how it all end up. But I'm more worried about 2 stages where the administration of the government or again, the politicians and the regulators interact. One is the appointment of regulators, and the other one is the thin line between policy and regulation. Now, I'm not sure in how many countries in Europe, and we will have later on some interesting results of what happened also outside Europe, the process for the appointment of the members of the commission of regulators, so the top management, sometimes it's a commission, sometimes are directors, etc., is such that no political interference is guaranteed. I don't know. I think it's a topic for discussion. I'm not even sure what's the best way, because at the end of the day, I mean, in some countries they need parliamentary approval, which means that somehow maybe the composition reflects the political chemistry of the country. Is this necessary? Is there another way? Honestly, I've been in this sector now for more than 30 years. I'm not sure that there is a much better way, but that's where I think, and it's not, it's just sometimes cultural contiguity that matters. It's not that someone, needs to be a politician, but to what extent are politicians able collectively to come up with members of the top management or the commission in regulatory authorities which are sort of independent by design, put it this way. I think we were very lucky in many countries, because I think in many countries regulators have done a job which I think was pretty good in terms of their independence from the political sphere. But I'm not sure that we have yet the perfect system to ensure that, as I said, that independence is protected at that stage. So that is the first dimension, and I would be really grateful for sharing any experience, etc. The other point where I think there is a genuine discussion to be had is in the thin line, as I said, between policy and regulation. Clearly, the regulators have to work within the policy framework designed by the government, by Parliament. Where policy ends and where regulation starts is something that has always been debatable. I remember my own experience in the late 90s in Italy. At some stage, the minister sought to determine what was an appropriate rate of return for infrastructure projects. We thought that was a bit too much into regulation. And I think there is a recent European Court of Justice ruling on the new distribution tariffs in Finland, which I think gives a bit of a new perspective, or at least opens a new discussion on that, because it somehow gives the impression, or gives the possibility to government to go into areas where I think until recently have been considered to be the realm of regulators. So again, I think I don't think it's possible to codify the line between policy and regulation. But for example, having some tests would be, some questions to ask. Is this regulation? This is regulation if it meets these sort of criteria, and this is policy if it doesn't meet. I'm sure the political scientists have written a lot on this, but maybe if we have something practical to be used in this respect. Now and then there are other minor aspects about, and more latent aspects like conflict of interest, about during the mandate of the commissioner, after the end of the mandate of the commissioner. Not in all countries, there are strict rules as what commissioners can do afterwards, by how much time they need to wait until they take an appointment. And to me, because regulation is also a matter of details, and the devil is always in the details, to me, the danger of cultural contiguity is as important at top level as at the level of those who, in national regulatory authorities and elsewhere, they write the rules. Because sometimes the way in which you write the rules could actually make quite a lot of difference without that being too apparent. And so it's not just a matter of the top first or second layer, which is where usually post-employment conditions apply, but also, it's further into the organizations. Maybe two final comments before I open the floor and I ask for your feedback on these two aspects or anything else. The role of judiciary. Clearly, usually the judiciary has little input into the appointment. They may have an input into the thin line between policy and regulation, as we've seen in the recent ruling of the European Court of Justice. But if we want an independent regulator, it cannot be a freehand regulator. So I think that you need to have an efficient and effective judiciary that would keep the regulators within the rule of law and within their powers. And there is a lot of discretion, and there should be a lot of technical discretions in the work of regulators, but the judiciary should be always able to see whether this discretion has been used in a proper way. And my final comment is that you can write as many rules as you want. At the end of the day, independence is a matter of culture. The culture of a sector, the culture of a country. I think I recall that years ago, I think in Great Britain, which is not part of the EU any longer, the decision of the regulator could be either appealed or overruled by the Secretary of State. I don't think it ever happened. If one were to put it this way, one would say this clearly, is a no-go area. But there was a culture of independence of regulators at that time, I think still, well, at that time, let's put it this way, which prevented this to be a real danger. So I think at the end of the day, culture matters a lot. And maybe the final comment is that even though industry typically doesn't like the regulators and they always appeal or object to their decision, they prefer regulators to politicians in most cases, because at least they're consistent, or they're supposed to be consistent. And why politicians are very short-term, they have a very short-term interest. And I had an example, again, my experience in Italy, at some stage, the minister, that was 20 years ago, the minister tried to take some powers away from the regulator because the regulator was supposed to be too independent, and industry protested, and they prefer to have a regulator that you can take to court rather than having a minister that is very difficult to take to court because, ministerial decrees or whatever are more difficult to take to justice. So I think, regulators should have strong allies when it comes to independence, which is industry, maybe even consumers. But there are subtle ways in which independence can be threatened, and I would really like any input, any sharing of experience of where you see, whether you agree with me, not necessarily, I hope, and where you see this, the greatest threat to the independence of regulators at national level. I think we leave for the moment the European level to aside. What should I do?
Yeah, thank you very much, Alberto. Johan Ruppe from the Swedish regulator. I'm going to disappoint you a bit because I agree with all you said, more or less. But I will give another angle on it. And I think it's perhaps an inherent conflict between the so-called national regulator, and then we have a framework that's adopted at EU level, which we're supposed to be applied. So I think there's the first conflict, perhaps. And then lately, if you turn the clock back to, 23 and onwards, we have this reaction of the political sphere, in my opinion, to be very pro-nationalist and protective. And then again, you have the same conflict. So you still have the EU regulations and directives to be applied nationally, and all of a sudden you have politicians who wants to, to put it bluntly, Swedish electricity to Swedes, to make an example, which we had one left-wing party arguing just before the elections in 22, for instance. And the current government has somehow adopted it again, because it was mentioned 2 weeks ago that we should perhaps introduce an export bidding zone. So in my world, it's the same thing, but it's expressed in another way. So first, electricity to the Swedes, and whatever is left, we can export. So I think there is the conflict.
I think this is a general climate which is, yes, has changed. I agree with you, has changed a lot. But this is where regulators could help, because this is exactly the sort of short-termism of a political cycle that doesn't help with what we need. I mean, if we need so many trillions of investment over the next 20, 30 years, it cannot be that, the background, the policy background changes every 3-4 years. I mean, this will never happen. I mean, we are late anyway already with, with something that until now has stuck together. We're already quite late. And if we start sort of, giving way to this kind of rhetoric, which actually is very appealing to people at time of hardness. Any other? If not, I would be tempted to proceed further. Something is happening, but where do we put the speakers? We put one by one.
Actually, there's only a mic.
The next stage, we have Michael Schutz and Nadia Hosman. They will present, Michael from the European Commission will present the legal foundation of NRA independence through time, through the decades. It would be interesting to see, how long you go back in history. You're very young, so. And then Nadia will be talking about the CEER's contribution to NRA's independence. So, Marco, you go first.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Michael Schütz from the Internal Energy Market Unit of DG Energy of the European Commission. How far do I go back? Actually, when I was preparing, I wondered when was the first time I heard of independent regulators, and to my shock, it was actually in 2001 when I did my master thesis at the London School of Economics as part of my course in Master of Science in Regulation and Utilities Regulation, and I compared the electricity market regulation in the member state I know best and the member state I know second best, now unfortunately ex-member state. And at the time, the UK had, they were by the prime example of a liberalized market with an independent regulator, whereas in this big member state to the west of Belgium, they had a regulator, not least because they had to take over the postal ministry, which I think you have still many many posts from them. At least when I left the German civil service system, they dealt with my pension rights and everything, which is clearly not an electricity market topic. So they had lots of things to do. But on electricity and gas, they had negotiated third-party access. So basically, you were asked to knock on the door and then let them in, and then there were working groups at the ministerial level, which and everybody was frustrated that it's not working. And then in the second internal energy market package, it was the first time regulators were actually mandated. Then member states were suddenly required to set up one or more regulators. But the real, I think, the quantum leap was then in 2009 with the third internal energy market package, which really set the fundamental governance system, which is basically we have unbundling between the network, which is a natural monopoly, and the sector, part of the sector which have competition or can have competition, should have competition, and the second one was really setting up independent regulators, and if forced by Europe, then all member states actually had to do it. And I'm not sure in Germany, I guess it was also then you could overcome possible national or internal political opposition. And that's basically the system we have up to now in our legal sphere. Unbundling, independent network operators, plus independent regulators who make sure that the system works. But both principles are under threat currently. Younger colleagues in DG Energy may roll their eyes when the old guard like me always look back at 2009, the good old time, the golden decade of market liberalization, but that's, I mean, this sort of golden decade is over now. I don't say that the principles are irrelevant, but I think we're no longer in a situation where kind of claiming that we need to liberalize more alone is sufficient to basically survive in the political sphere. Because what I've seen, and we have seen it in Slovenia, for example, the principles, while still important, they're inconvenient. First of all, you have it's a little bit like central banks, where it's similar. You set up someone independent, give them a task, and tell them to do it. With central banks, it's keeping inflation in check and monetary policy, but there is many criticism as well. But they are so established by now that I think it's easier for them to defend themselves, and I think also because their scope is much narrower. Whereas for regulators, it's not just a simple set of goals, but three: competitiveness or affordability, sustainability, or climate protection, and security of supply. So what you see is you have a sort of bureaucratic logic, and I don't mean bureaucratic as negative, but a bureaucratic logic of regulators who say we have rules, we have our tasks, we implement them neutrally. To which extent you can do something completely neutrally if humans are involved is another matter, but you strive to the extent possible. And the political logic, you need to get things done, and you need to fulfill certain objectives. And if these two then get into conflict, be it about prices, be it about support of renewables, then you are under pressure. And and that's, I think, not just evil actors in the political sphere, there is real pressure from citizens. So we have seen as a Commission official, low level, I mean, we have seen the same during the energy crisis, where we could argue, okay, it's normal. Prices go up if a big supplier suddenly no longer supplies gas. That's a quite normal reaction, and it's actually good. But there's not much we can do. Everybody here knows that, for example, we have said during most of 2022, I think, that there's no need to change something on the electricity market design, and then the pressure was so high that we had to announce, or our political leadership announced, end of 2023, that they will do quick action to address the high prices beyond the crisis measures. And then we had the electricity market design package in early 2023. And as a kind of bureaucratic revenge, we also sneaked in more stricter rules on remit, and gave ACER many more staff in the process. That's the.
You shouldn't be looking at me. It's
Not at you.
history now.
When I saw you this morning, I felt a little pity for you, because while you were ACER director, you were really struggling, and all the new staff came afterwards to the benefit. But that's the kind of bureaucratic revenge you take as policy officer. You play, you know how to play the rules, and then you play the rules to give your colleagues in Ljubljana more staff. And because everything is rushed, nobody can really oppose it. No, but jokes aside, there's a different thing on next to this bureaucratic logic versus political logic. Sometimes you also have trouble with independence because of different bureaucratic logics. Mainly you on the one side, and then human resources and budget on the other side. We had a case in the Baltics where we couldn't really do something because they had a more centralized human resources recruitment system installed to avoid corruption, which sort of infringes the independence of the regulator. But on the other hand, I mean, we had some sympathy for the member state as well, and especially the small one. It's also difficult to give, because you can be independent, but you can also, I wouldn't say that they would have abused it, but potentially I can understand from the different bureaucratic logic of central HR that they cannot simply say, do what you want. And the same is with the budget. You have the right to your own budget line, but I can hardly think how you could define how much budget from the taxpayer you need. I think next to the political versus your bureaucratic logic, there's also kind of a difficulty between two bureaucratic logics there, which I don't know how to solve, to be honest. So there will always be sort of a predicament. What is in your favor is the EU legislation, which is kind of protecting you quite well. You also have the jurisprudence of the European Court of Justice. On your side, I was asked to say a little bit about infringements, what we could do. Indeed, if EU law is broken by member states by undue influence, we could launch infringement procedures. Although there are two problems with it. One is, especially if it's a one-off thing, like throwing out a regulator, infringements are future-looking. So they are about to solve an issue, so it's no longer there. So if something happened in the past, someone is thrown out, someone is replaced, it's very difficult to argue that that's a systemic issue which you can solve by an infringement. It's possible, but it's very hard, and for us internally, it's very hard to justify starting infringements because our central legal services, for understandable reasons, don't want to lose court cases, so they question you really hard. And in this context, infringements are not I want to stress, infringements are not the only way to uphold EU law. Many important pieces of jurisprudence didn't come from infringements, but from referrals from national court. So I think especially in such cases, individual cases, I think national regulators should should go also to challenge it in national courts, and then the national courts may refer it to us, and thereby you get out of this sort of infringement logic, which is future looking. So when you look on our webpage on infringements and complaints, I really like it because the lawyers got their way over all the probably the PR people by stating clearly what we cannot do. Like individual an infringement or a complaint will seldomly lead to solving your personal problem. So that's why infringements are very good for if the law is bad, because then you can sue, please change the law. But for individual cases, someone is thrown out or something, it has its limits, and there I would really ask you to start the national court and if possible convince the judge, if he doesn't do it, to send it to Luxembourg. I mean, they can apply EU law, they should apply EU law themselves, and only if they are unclear they refer it. But the point is, there are limits what we can do. The second thing is also, we also have our political masters, and the same bureaucratic logic versus political logic applies to us. And we are a political body, a political commission. And if certain actions of a regulator or a member state going against the regulator is framed as supporting EU policy objectives, like supporting renewables, then it's also for us difficult to argue. And that's my last point. I think it's a little bit sort of a bullshit term, but you need the right narrative. I think it's no longer sufficient nowadays, after the golden decade of market liberalization is over, that you say we uphold the market. I think we all need to think how we can frame it that it is in line with the new policy objectives. You get a little bit the victim of your own success. People can no longer or do no longer remember the old times when you had an incumbent, where in the telecoms example, where you had to go to the post office if you want to have a modem for your computer and cannot freely buy it, or where you only had one supplier and had to take what you get. I see the new narrative more. I mean, younger left-wing politicians like, we need the government more in. We need democratic control of electricity supply. We have to get hold of networks, because then we can control if we use renewables or not. No, you can't under EU law. But that's the new thing, I think, because more and more people now get into politics who are younger than at least the two of us are. I don't want to get into the age of anybody else, but who can no longer remember the early 90s and how it was then. And but I think you have the narrative, because I think to have to get democratic control of those incumbents will probably not work. So you as regulator are important to protect consumers from the still, in many member states, very powerful incumbents, and otherwise they would become incumbent again. We would see a concentration again in the energy sector, and to protect all the new entrants, the prosumers, the local producers of wind energy, the citizens who have their photovoltaic panels on the roof. So I think you have the narrative, but I think we all need to work together, or all of us need to improve our game with selling it, and not just holding up the flag, I'm independent, European Court of Justice ruling there. You're not allowed to do this. We also always need to say why we uphold the flag.
Thank you, Michael. Excursus of what happened. Maybe just one case that came to my mind. You said, go to the national courts. Is there anyone here from Spain? Because I think when the government created the CNMC by merging pre-existing commissions, they took that opportunity to also refresh the board, so to speak. And I think one member from the previous Energy Commission took that to court, saying you can do whatever you want with the structure, but you cannot terminate the. And I think he won, and he was reinstated in the position, and then he left. I think that's a case in point. That was, I don't think it was brought to Luxembourg. I think it was solved by the application of national law, I guess, because this is in the directive, so it must have been transposed into the Spanish system.
Yeah, but also national courts are required to look at EU law.
Yeah.
So
that's
they can
I think
invoke EU law without referring to Luxembourg. So that's.
I don't know if there is
Luxembourg would be overwhelmed.
any other such obvious cases, but I think that's very, in a sense, very reassuring to the extent, because usually another way of sort of interfering with the work of regulators is just you just change the structure, you merge, you split, whatever, and then you say, okay, fine, so we appoint new members. Well, I think the Spanish example said, well, that's not exactly this. You cannot do that. Nadia, so what can CEER do?
Hopefully a lot.
Hopefully a lot, right.
Hopefully a lot.
All here to hear from you.
Okay. So I have to direct it to the right. It doesn't seem to work. Or I cannot. Oh, yes, now. Okay, so thank you very much, Michael. Thank you, Alberto. Very interesting insight that you propose also, Alberto. Very interesting, because we are all three incumbent, by the way. You, when it comes to energy regulation, as economic regulator and ACER director, you as European Commission and one of the main drafter of the different energy package, and me and others here as those who were implementing throughout the years this European legislative framework. And what we wanted to do actually today is to propose a kind of journey through what happens since the last 20 years in terms of independence of regulators. And I would really echo what Michael said. When I began to work at Bundesnetzagentur, I was not very familiar with the term independence. It was clear that I was working for an institution who had to implement the regulatory provisions, but it was not clear to me, okay, what does it mean for me as a member of this organization to decide independently? So it was a learning process, because it's not something that you find easily. Regulated sectors are not, at that time, were not very often working. So it's really something that we had to learn, we as regulator, what it means to decide independently from the political pressure, but also from the stakeholders. And this is a little bit what have been done over the years when it comes to this independence understanding from regulators. The organization CEER very much help us as regulators to understand what it means, because we could exchange with others. Some that you mentioned, like Ofgem, the GB regulator, was a little bit more advanced because their market were liberalized very early in 1989, if I'm not wrong. Those of other European countries at the beginning of the 2000s, I would say, fully open to liberalization. So we really learned a lot from others, actually. And this is also how we developed I would say, during this journey, what does it mean to be an independent regulator? So that's why it is really an added value to have such an organization like CEER, who is collecting the information from regulators, for those who are already very much advanced in the liberalization process. Others that are following have different opening steps, which were foreseen, by the way, in the legislative framework. And this is what CEER helped us to do, to look at regularly, every 2 or 3 or 4 years, looking at how the regulators are coping with the evolution of the markets, as you know, about every 4 or 5 years. This is the normal review of the legislative framework. Every time that the energy markets were a little bit more opened or liberalized and open to competition, we had as regulator to also adapt or readapt ourselves to how the new provision need to be implemented. So it was a constant effort or evolution in the process that we had also to cope with. So if you agree, I will go very shortly through the different report that we issued. So now I'm here. Okay. So the very first one, the very first report we did, which was drafted by our colleague Katarina, who will drive us through the very last report by the end of the day, in 2016. So it was, the market was liberalized at around 2000, and 15 years later, we came up as regulator with a clear understanding of, okay, what is independence, how it is implemented in other countries, and what can be, I would say, seen as good recommendation as guiding principles that we can benefit from. And those are, I would say, the 4 main topics that we looked at. We looked at the NRA task and powers, the most important. So to look at the legislative framework, do we have a clear mandate in the law? This is the first step, because we are authorities, I would say, under the responsibility for most of us of the energy or economic minister. So we need to have a clear mandate, and our action is actually limited by this mandate. That's why it is very important to have clarity about what are we defining. Are we defining methods, or are we defining the tariffs? Are we defining the method and the tariffs? None of them in another way. So this is very important to come with what are the tasks, the powers, the duties. If you look at the directive, it is very often spoken about tasks and duties, which are also difficult to differentiate. So those are the elements that we had to tackle. NRA resources, we heard a little bit this morning about this. This is a major topic, and I would really much go back to what have been said this morning, that you need very good staff at the top level, but even more at the expert level, those who are really drafting the decisions. And it's not an easy task, because energy regulation, when I began, it was really a niche. Nobody would know about that. It was not a topic, where you could find a lot of students or people willing to come to the regulator and work. The only one who were really knowledge were those who were working within the companies. And there were not a big incentive to change from the company to the regulator. Not only the financial incentive was not there, but there is a lot of other issues like the asymmetry of information. So nobody would find the job very attractive. So we really had something here that we had to cope with, actually. The other point was the independence principle, what is meant, how to build the Chinese walls, I would say, between us and the politics, between us and the companies. And of course, the accountability and transparency, because the accountability and transparency is extremely important if you want your rules to be implemented rapidly. We've heard this morning from Alberto that the most important is the stability and the rapidity or the quickness that you put on the table to come up with a decision. In order to have the stability and to have proper investment, the regulator have to decide, and to decide rapidly, ideally. So that's why you need, of course, the transparency, and the accountability is very important, because we have what we call a kind of marge de manœuvre as lawyers. So there is a task which is quite clearly defined in the law normally. We will see that it was not always the case. And you have a kind of marge de manœuvre. So you are free as regulator to decide in another way. And because of this marge de manœuvre, legally speaking, you have to be accountable, and even more accountable. So the first report that we did in 2017, we realized, going through all the frameworks that were adapted in the EU, that there is a lot of gaps that were identified, and you have some of those here. For example, that the national law is not clear about what is the role and the task of the regulator and how to protect the regulator. The second point was the power to issue final and binding decision. It is nowadays normal. At that time, it was not. It was a topic that a lot of regulators could come up with a draft decision, and the final decision was taken elsewhere. The continuity of the term of the board members, something that you addressed, Alberto, that was at that time, it remains always a problem, but it was identified very early as one of the big issues to ensure the continuity and the independence of the board. Clear and transparent NRA consultation policy, something also that the regulator had to live with and to understand and to implement. Not an easy task when you are an authority to decide on the basis of the I would say the mandate that the law is giving you, but also considering that you have to take care about what is the opinion of those who you are going to regulate and those who are going to have to support the effect of your regulation. So I would say kind of new mindset had to come up within the regulators to say, okay, I have my draft decision, I'm going to consult it, and I will have potentially to change perhaps 50% or 70% of my decision after discussing with the stakeholders, whatever there are. So also something new that we had to learn where we say, okay, there is here potential to enhance a little bit the legal framework. And of course, the accountability and transparency, I think this is something that have been always addressed. There is also, I would say, clear views in the law about this, but there is a kind of gap of what you have in the law and what your obligations are, and how do you live with that? This is the next report that we did at CEER, and you see that there is still some of the gaps that we identified in 2017 were actually discussed with the Commission, because we informed the Commission about the outcome of the report. There were discussion on this, and we made also a recommendation how to improve this. And 4 years later, we came up with another report, and we see that there were also now new, I would say, challenges that we had to cope with. And one of the main point that we see the evolution, we could say it is a success story, actually. We realized that most of the regulators in Europe were regulating over the time up to 9 sectors. It was really something which was, I would say, one of the main outcome of this review that we did, that regulators were apparently so successful at national level that they were given every year new sector to regulate, not only at BNetzA. We just get one last year, also a new one, digitalization, digital platforms to regulate. So you can see it as a, wow, you did a great work. The way you are regulating is a success, so we give you more to do. But this is also something which we have to digest, because it was never accompanied with more staff and more budget. So it was never something that was really discussed in advance with the regulator. We just get, on our desk here, this is a new sector, deal with that. So something also you have to keep in mind, and this is what I said to the Commission this morning, because it is really something where we are struggling and might also affect the efficiency of the regulator. Clarification of the legal framework, setup and competencies. You can see that this is really one of the points that would every year come again. That we are still struggling sometimes in some member states with the mandate of the regulator. What exactly do you have to do? Are you competent to decide on this topic, yes or no? And if yes, is there another entity deciding with you? Do you have to consult extensively, yes or not, on this topic? So this is something which is really, I think, that we also give to the Commission, where we need actually a little bit more guidance potentially. Increase in competences, something that it is very often not seen. I wrote here ACER task. If ACER is increasing, if the tasks are increasing on the side of ACER, it means that it is increasing also on the side of regulators, because we are part of ACER. We are the one also deciding and working in the ACER organization. And this is something that is very much ignored because most of them don't know, I don't know, from the Commission, from also the national legislator, but they just forget that if ACER is doing more, at the end of the day, regulators have also to do more, because it's not a transfer of competence, it's a more of competence from the side of the agency, which means that we have more to do. And of course, linked to this, we need more resources and more staff and more budget, of course. What we could see in 2021 is the increase in the monitoring activities. And it was, from my point of view, the beginning of a kind of regulator, which would be now a kind of all-rounder. We were until now the grid regulator. If you look at the name of Bundesnetzagentur, Netz mean grid. So we were at the beginning only the entity to regulate the grids. What's happening on the production side, it's not our beer. What is happening on the wholesale market, it's something that we look at, but it's not our competence. With the increase in the monitoring activities, it was the beginning of, I would say, from the EU level, but also at national level, because the ministry saw, oh, we are doing a good job. So let the regulator monitor also other sectors that are relevant for the grid management. And it was this, I would say, this movement where at national level, at EU level, the regulator was seen, we began to see the regulator really as an all-rounder, not only as a purely economical grid regulator. No direct intervention of governments in daily business. This is also something that we could see. No direct, it doesn't mean that there is potentially no indirect emission or intervention, but we could not, by asking our members, see that there is a real big issue on this part. Most of the NRA are now taking binding decision and have enforcement power. It was dissociated in the past, so the regulators was able to take binding decision, but he could not enforce this. So he had to go to the judge, for example, to enforce its own decision. Now we could see throughout Europe that it's not anymore the case. You take decision, you can enforce them, which is also for the stability and for the investment predictability extremely important. Mediation is also a new field of competence where regulators, in order to I would say, address what you mentioned, Alberto, that we need to decide rapidly, it is important not to, I would say, go every time for an appeal to the judges, because it makes the process extremely long. So that's why we could see within the regulators that there were more and more kind of mediation tasks that have been implemented within the regulators in order to decide in a kind of speedy way, which is good, actually. And the NRA's budget, this is something which is throughout all the report that we did, is always most of the time the same. It's a budget which is built through fees from stakeholders or state budget, or both. So this is something which is more or less always the same, I would say, way to get money for, or to give money to the regulators. The last report, this is something that Katarina will present later on, but what we can say is that there is a real independence in law. What was also a topic in this report is the European emergency regulation that we have after the energy crisis. I think it was really a time where we as regulator had to rethink a little bit how we regulate. We really had to change a little bit our mindset, also because it was the time really where it was written down that we have to react as an all-rounder as regulator. So there were a lot of new tasks that were sent to the regulator, things that we were not used to do, and that were not regulatory in nature. What you will hear a lot about, we spoke a little bit about this morning, the analysis of the case laws. There is, of course, European case law. This is where we begin. But we can see over the time that also national case law are now also very important to help the consumers, but also to help the regulators, actually. Because all the appeals that have been made, you can see them, even appeals against decisions of the regulator, are also appeals that can protect us. At the end of the day, whether it is the ECG or the national courts, they can protect us because they define exactly what the regulators can do. So this is for us also, I would say, something to be seen positively. And financing, as I said, something which is not changing. What we see is further the increase in the numbers of sectors that regulators are regulating. And this is really something I want to put on the table, because this is something which has an enormous impact on how the regulators are deciding. So here, just to show you the evolution over the years of all the sectors that we have. So next to electricity and gas, the interesting thing is that you have other sectors that are absolutely have nothing to do with the energy sector, like audio, visual, or electronic communication, ports, airports. So it's really, really broad, actually, what the energy regulators are also dealing with. All this information will be addressed later on by Katerina also. So now, very shortly, just to keep in mind, what are the pros and cons? To be honest, this is the part where I didn't have to work. The 3 slides that are going to follow are not from me, they are from ChatGPT. What I said is, I asked ChatGPT, should energy regulators should be more independent? And this is the answer actually of ChatGPT. Pro, to ensure fair and competitive markets, and this is, I think, one of the most important points. To protect consumer, this is something that is new, where regulators over the year had also to address, something that we don't had, for example, at the beginning, when I began at Bundesnetzagentur, I never had contact with consumers. Consumers were, for me, one of the stakeholders. I was only dealing with grid operators. Consumers, final consumers, not my work. So this is something what is changing, and actually ChatGPT really delivered properly here. Support the energy transition, also something we were speaking this morning about policy or political guidelines. This is typically something that also we have to deal with as regulator. And respond effectively to crisis. And I think this is really what we did over the last 2 years after the energy crisis. The cons, democratic accountability, something to be definitely increased, risk of technocracy, depending, of course, on the staff you have, on the interaction you create with the stakeholders, policy coherence, I would say, depending on how the relation is with your government, but how the relation is also within the regulators, because we have to agree for the EU market on particular rules. So we have to really strive to work with another. And risk of regulatory capture, which is something that was from the beginning, I would say, one of the cons. The other question I ask ChatGPT will come later. Perhaps let's go to the challenges that we saw through the 20 years energy regulations, what we saw now as challenges, what could be better tackled for the next, I hope, 20 years, or perhaps not, because if we have a proper market, we don't need regulation. So, not, okay, so my job is ensured for the next 20 years. Happy to hear that. So what we see is that we have new tasks, which on topics that are not regulatory in nature, so something we have also to keep in mind. We have tasks which are quite complex. The market is getting more and more complex, and we have to deal with this. Also because we have a lack of staff and a very limited budget. This is really something which is coming every year from the regulators, that they are complaining about this. Tasks are not necessarily regulatory in nature. This is also an issue. If you look at Bundesnetzagentur, we are dealing with energy regulation, but we are also the one-stop shop from the grid expansion, which might be also relevant, of course, for the grid regulation. But typically something that we have, well, to cope with, that you have regulatory issues to tackle, so you need your regulatory hat, and you have other tasks which are not regulatory, and you have to think differently. New goals and targets to consider. I think this is the policy that you mentioned this morning, Alberto, that we have to actually deliver also on the political goals and targets. Grid, decarbonization, energy efficiency, those are things that we have now also to reflect on when deciding. The tasks are then more policy relevant at national, I would say, level, but also at EU level. I just quoted pricing and climate policy, two important points that we have to deal with. Increase in the cooperation, this is what I meant this morning, with other entities, whether it is CEER as European entity, but also other entities at national level or EU entities. So the question is whether the economic regulation as such is outdated, whether we should not reconsider the role of the regulator as an all-rounder, actually. And this why? Because I think there is other aspect that should be taken into account, industrial policy. Everybody is nowadays, after the Draghi report and the Letta report, speaking about the competitivity of the European market and asking us as regulator to take care about this. Social relevance of the decision, social poverty, energy poverty. We have to look at the energy prices, the affordability. We have the Commission presented this morning the famous action plan on affordability. So this is something definitely we have also to reflect on. Of course, the environmental impact important, the renewable deployment, integration of renewable, efficiency of the regulation, the energy first principles, also something which is new, which came from the Energy Efficiency Directive that we also have to tackle. And of course, one of the most important topics nowadays, the security of supply. And then the last point I wanted to just put for discussion today, and finally, where to complain for NRA. I mean, we also have to be protected. So if we have a problem, which number shall we call? The European one? Is there at national level somebody that can say, okay, you have a problem, we'll help you? This is also something we should reflect on for the future, considering all this. I would say extension of competences. So now going finally to the last, this is also something as I asked ChatGPT, is there a new role for NRAs? What should be the new mantra? And you can see things on this list which are really something we had to deliver on. And this is exactly what Lucas actually also mentioned this morning. Market reform is one of the topics which are very low here. I would say that would be for the regulators the #1 priority. But you can see here all the, I would say, a lot of new topics for us since 2 or 3 years that we have to deal with, like digitalization, like cybersecurity, rising energy prices, electrification was mentioned, and climate goal. And last but not least, I asked also ChatGPT, how do an energy regulator look like? And he showed me this picture on the left side. And I asked ChatGPT, how should the regulator of the future look like? And I was very surprised that it was the woman on the right side who was shown. Quite very much looking like me, actually. So I was very happy about this.
Standing on coal.
Absolutely, yeah. But fighting against, I would say, having a very, I would say, very ambitious position when it comes to developing the energy renewables. So that would be my last slide. Thank you very much, and happy to discuss further those topics.
Thank you, Nadia. I have one question. I don't know whether, I mean, we are a bit, just a few minutes beyond time, but I think we can probably take also a few questions. One question from my side. You've mentioned several times that, you know, one of the challenges of regulators in the recent past and still now is to be given more responsibility in other sectors. And you said maybe one regulator has up to 9 sectors, whatever. How do you see this affecting is this helping with independence? Is threatening with independence? Is the same problem repeated 9 times? I mean, is it orthogonal with respect to independence, or it helps or doesn't help?
If I may add, I mean, in case of your specific case of Bundesnetzagentur, it's even, I think you have double head. You're an independent regulator and a government agency, because a lot of your
One
tasks
stop.
are basically you have you are under control of the ministry, even Fachaufsicht, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
So that's indeed, you have the chamber, then the decision chambers, but then you now have the great decision chamber with the president. So it's, I'm not sure how other member states deal with it.
Yeah,
It's a peculiar structure, which has partly to do with the fact that next to the cartel office, I think German administrative culture is not used to independent regulators. So
No, that's, I mean, I don't have to answer.
Yeah.
Perfect. No, this is exactly what Michael is saying. When it comes to Bundesnetzagentur, because we have a particular organization, that the decisions which are legally binding and can be enforced are taken by ruling chamber, which are outside of the organic realm, totally free within the organization. And this is a way to cope with, the differences of tasks that you have, which are regulatory in nature, and you have to act independently, and other tasks where the principle of independence is not applicable, not necessary. If you think about the grid expansion, for example, you don't have you mustn't you don't need to have independent, and you should not be independent actually. So this is really, I would say, up to the regulator how to best organize the internal settings. But definitely there is an issue that should be addressed, which is how to cope with different, as organization, with different tasks which are submitted to the independence principle and others that are not. And I think this is the thing that we should think about. As I said, Binetze had a proposal on the table on how to cope with that. So the heads are not deciding, but much more this ruling chambers. And this is a way to make a clear delineation. But perhaps there is other here members that are also regulating other sectors, could provide insight.
Any comment on Nadia's presentation? Any question? Doesn't look like. Okay, maybe it's time for coffee. So we will have coffee, and now it's 11:36. I suggest that we are back at 11:50, so we try to be not too late for the next session, which will be equally interesting because we look at experience around the world. Thanks a lot. experiences from the other sectors, from other parts of the world. And so we have first Erwin Kaisinger from BEREC, the communication regulator, Jola Thurer from the OECD, Lamine Zitoni from MEDREC Secretariat, and Branislava Mersenik from the Secretariat of the the Energy Community Regulatory Board. So we're looking at another sector, we're looking at the global level, we're looking at the Mediterranean region, including non-EU members, and then we're looking at our eastern neighbors, the energy community. And I've had a peep at their presentation. They're very interesting. It's actually interesting to compare the experience of regulators in the European Union with the experience of regulators elsewhere. So without further ado, Erwin, I think you are the first, at least in my list.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting us here. I'm the representative of BEREC, the body of European electronic communication regulators, and but we are working in a very unique way. Basically, I'm one of the co-chairs of the regulatory framework working group in BEREC. But my other position is at the Hungarian NRA, and I'm responsible for the international affairs at the National Media and Info Communications Authority in Hungary. This is the authority which is responsible for the telecom markets in my country. Just some words about BEREC. The reason why this is a unique organization is that BEREC consists of the European national regulatory authorities, and we are working quite independently. However, we do receive a very strong and valuable support from the European Union, and our activities supported by the BEREC office, which is located in Riga in Latvia, and so this is the way how we are working. And so listening to the debate in the morning, I'm very much impressed that basically we have the same issues in the telecom sector also. In some areas, I think that the liberalization and the market structure are a bit advanced in the telecom areas in my assessment. And also we have some different focuses, but the core of the issues are pretty much the same. So just let me share with you some slides. I will really skip those areas which were covered in the morning. Why we are dealing with the independence of regulators in BEREC and on European level, it is clearly seen that in some countries, NRAs, national regulatory authorities, have issues with independence. Those are in the telecom area not very strong issues. So in the recent years, we didn't experience very significant infringements of the EU legislation in the area of independence of NRAs. But still, we do experience some issues, and some NRAs are very much concerned whether they can deliver their tasks, their duties, which is allocated to them by the EU legislation. For that reason, 2.5 years ago, we commissioned a study. An independent consultant helped us to review the current status of the telecom regulatory authorities all around Europe. And this is what I'm going to share with you in a nutshell. So what are the main issues identified in this study? And very important distinction to be made between the independence of NRAs which are in the legislation, so the de jure independence of NRAs, because in the telecom area we have very strong safeguards, but in the energy area there is also very important and very strong safeguards for the independence of NRAs, and this is what the commission what the consultant reviewed, and also they had a look at the de facto in independence. Basically, they analyzed the situation of the national regulatory authorities, what independence mean in practice in the different member states, and I think that it was somehow included in the discussion in the morning that basically independence is really not only an objective. It is not the end of the process, but but it is definitely a very important precondition to act on our national markets and to basically to make unbiased decisions. So therefore, it is the interest of the citizens. It is the interest the government. It is the interest of the market players also. Let me refer back to the morning. I also have an impression that in several cases. NRAs are much better fit to deliver certain tasks on national markets than governments, and also market players trust us better than in national governments. Not only the difference between the political cycle and the long-term decision making of the NRAs, but definitely we try to make our decision based on evidence and based on facts. This is, in many cases, it is very helpful. Some politicians, in some cases, are not very satisfied with this, but this is our role. Speaking about the telecom sector specificities, so whether there are specificities, I think that there are no big differences compared to the energy sector. But just let me explain this to you later. So my last point here is that in the telecom sector we have very strong enforcement and strong safeguards in the European Electronic Communication Code. This is really very helpful for us. This is a result of a development. So in the earlier telecom legislation. Then there were less strong safeguards for the NRAs, but this was really a very important gradual process. At the moment, the European Electronic Communication Code clearly sets that NRAs shall not seek and take any instructions from other bodies when we are making our decisions. But this was the result of first focusing on systemic independence in the legislation. Then operational independence became very important. Later on, financial independence, and in the recent days, personal independence. So this was really a very important development over the years, thanks to the co-legislators in the European Union. If we compare the electronic communication legislation to other sectoral legislations in relation with independence of NRAs, we can say that in the telco sector, the safeguards for systemic independence is very high because of the result of the functional separation of our activities. if we look at the financial independence of the NRAs, we can say, and I'm saying this based on the study. So it is very high. So the financial independence is very high for both the telecom and the energy regulators. If we look at the independence of personal issues, just like open appointment procedures for the heads or the members of the boards of the NRAs, or the requirements towards certain candidates, so the telecom legislation is somewhere in the medium. And lastly, when we speak about the transparency requirements, so the telecom sector performs quite well. Most probably, it is one of the strongest area for the telecom regulators, because all of the documents, the decisions must be published, and also there is a for all decisions there is a right of appeals at national courts. Very shortly, because you are very much aware of this, so this is how our activities is organized. So at the beginning, the telecom regulators, thanks to the market liberalization, we needed to make our decision quite independently from the market players. So that was really the first level of the development, and then sooner or later, rather sooner, we needed to make decisions quite independently from national governments. And there is a third aspect of independence, and this is our independence from the European Commission. The European Commission is our very important partner. We are really working with them quite closely, but the decisions made at national level must be and are being made independently from the Commission. Also, we are consulting many things with the Commission, but this is a very important aspect what we need to emphasize. And this is my last slide, but I can speak a lot about this side, but I will not. But actually, and these are when I'm speaking about the main findings of the study, and what we asked from the consultant is to based on the review of the legislative background, and based on the experiences shared by the NRAs, the national regulatory authorities, just create a kind of model for us. What are the best practices and what are the bad practices of in the area of certain aspects of independence of NRAs. It is quite easy to find best practices. It is we are really not talented enough to say that this is the worst practice. So therefore, we use the term bad practices. And I would like to highlight some of the findings now. Speaking about systemic independence. It is a best practice if an NRA has all the competencies to fulfill the mandate imposed on by the law. Of course, as an opposite, if we don't have the competencies to effectively execute our mandate, or the competencies are split with other competent bodies in a way that it makes it difficult to execute a mandate, this is a bad practice. Also, there was in the morning there was an issue raised between the line between the policy and regulation, and if the line between policy and regulation is clear, so the distinction between the responsibility of the NRA and the relevant ministry is clear, it is very, very helpful. If this is not clear, then NRAs might face with problems. Also, a best practice is that when an NRA takes decisions independently without any external influence, but a bad practice can be when these decisions are being made as a result of ministries' interference or guidelines provided by ministries. Speaking about operational independence, it's a best practice when an NRA decides on its internal organization and strategy. So basically, we are just making plans. We are making annual work plans, annual strategy by our own. But if there are expectations or even prescriptions from internal organizations such as ministries, then it is difficult. So this can be considered as a best practice. Speaking shortly about the consultations, so when NRAs are consulting their own organization strategy with relevant stakeholders, we believe that this is very important. So if there is no real good working relationship with the ministry, and the ministry would like to enforce some ideas in the daily life of the NRA, this is considered as a bad practice. Then about financial independence, if an NRA decides on the budget without approval from other entities, it is a best practice. If any kind of governmental approval is needed or influence is experienced, then it is considered as a bad practice. Also, if we are allowed, NRAs are allowed to execute the budget in a way we would like to execute, it is a best practice. Any external involvement can make our life much difficult. Therefore, this is considered as a bad practice. We also believe that, and also in the study, that and also this was discussed in the morning, that sufficient resources are very much needed for fulfilling NRA's responsibilities. If we can do this freely, and we can make our plans, we can hire people needed for the necessary tasks. This is a best practice. This is also a challenge in the telecom field, because we are also receiving more and more responsibilities, more and more tasks, and our responsibilities are covering at the moment, just like in case of Pinezza, the digital domain. So many of the NRAs are digital service coordinators in our countries, which really puts a big pressure on us. We need to, and this is not only financial, but we definitely need to hire people who has very special expertise. So because basically we are dealing with some big multinational corporations, global corporations, which are even bigger than Deutsche Telekom. So it is much more challenging. And if we speak about personal independence, it is a good practice if there is an open competition for the NRA leadership position, where the rules are clear and the selection rules are clear. So if it is not clear and politics is involved, then it is considered as a bad practice. Also, when we speak about the mandate or the duration of the mandate of a head of an NRA, so if the rules are clear, it is and the situation is predictable, then it is very helpful and it is considered as a best practice. While if it is shaky and you don't see in advance the term of a head of the NRA, then this can be problematic. Also here, what I can mention is the renewal of the mandate of the head of the NRAs. So if the original mandate is relatively short, let's say 3 or 4 years, then it is advisable to provide an opportunity for renewal, and in that case, if the rules are clear, it is definitely a best practice. And lastly, just about accountability and transparency, because so independency must go hand in hand with accountability and transparency. So if there is an independent review of NRA's decision, it is considered a best practice. A bad practice is that when a ministry can change a decision of NRAs. And I can share with you many other ideas, but I'm not going to do this right now. However, in the debate, I'm happy to try to answer any of your questions. And for your consideration, on the next slide, so here you can download this report I was speaking about. Thank you very much.
Very, very interesting. I would have a lot of comments, just one comment, but then we need to move on. You mentioned that if there is ministerial interference or guidance in the decision of NRAs, this is bad practice. Would you say this is illegal?
No, actually, let me only use the terms we are using in the report. So okay. I really... And especially because this event is streamlined, I really don't want to get into trouble.
No. This is why I say it. It's... Yola, I think now we are going to look at the world, right?
Almost 42 countries. So, my name is Yola Thürer. I coordinate the work of the OECD Network of Economic Regulators, which brings together more than 80 regulators to develop and share together good practices on the governance of regulators, and that includes independence, of course, as well. So this event is really important for us today, and it's very timely as well. The red one. Okay. No.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So it's very timely today because we have just published a working paper which presents the results of the latest Governance of Sector Regulators survey, which looks at governance arrangements for 149 regulators across 42 countries. And it looks at 3 dimensions: independence, accountability, and scope of action. This is the 3rd edition of the survey from 2023. You can find the paper with all the methodology and the data as well online. But I'll be focusing today on the independence component, which looks at legal status, role clarity, relationship with the executive, staff, leadership, and funding. Just a bit of a disclaimer before I dive into the findings. So the survey mostly looks at de jure arrangements for independence. So independence as it is enshrined in law. So overall, we see that there are quite some good formal safeguards for independence in place. We see that many regulators have safeguards to support their decision-making autonomy, especially when it comes to individual cases or regulatory decisions. This is the graph that you can see on the right-hand side here. So the dark blue bar indicates the share of all regulators that can receive government guidance on those individual cases. And as you can see, that is quite low. For energy regulators compared to other sectors, for example, telecom, rail or air transport or water, this share is even lower. And for EU energy regulators, this share is 0. So that's very good news for evidence-based and impartial regulation. We also find that many regulators protect their leadership from undue influence by setting up post-exit employment restrictions or making use of cooling off periods, for example. So this is in line with OECD recommendations. We see that for energy and EU energy regulators, the share of regulators that do not have such restrictions in place are marginally higher than for other sectors, but only just a little bit so. And many energy regulators have cooling off periods in place, which is important to protect from undue influence. We also find that a large majority of regulators support their financial autonomy. A majority is either solely responsible for proposing and discussing the regulator's budget or is responsible alongside a government body, which again is in line with OECD recommendations. The picture again looks quite good for energy and EU energy regulators, where their share is split evenly in the middle between regulators being solely responsible or regulators being involved alongside a government body. We did find some gaps in the data where we thought there's some room for improvement for across all sectors actually, but for energy and EU energy regulators as well. First of all, the use of independent selection panels. They can really provide checks and balances when nominating leadership, but they are in place only for less than half of regulators. Numbers are similar for energy across the sample and EU energy regulators. Then budget predictability, which is really important for independence of regulators, is not always ensured, where we can see that just over a quarter of regulators experience changes to the initially approved budget, and there's not necessarily oversight by the legislature. And we see that over a quarter of regulators need approval before hiring, usually from a ministerial body. And that can, of course, affect the regulators' agility. Their numbers for energy and EU energy are a little bit lower than from across sectors. For the overall result, so this is the overall score for independence that you can see here. The above one is across the sample, and the below one is just for EU regulators. We see that energy scores really, really well, best across the entire sample. And EU energy regulators score even better than the energy regulators across the sample. And compared to other sectors, they score better and on par with telecommunications. Of course, for a number of reasons, that could be due to EU directives in place that mandate independence, but of course also a longstanding experience and institutional culture of independent regulators. So while we do see that the score is good, we do not see a lot of improvement. Actually, we barely see any improvement at all since the last survey that was conducted in 2018. You can see the difference between the dark blue and the lighter blue columns is barely there. And there are probably a number of explanations for this. First of all, the period between 2018 and 2023 was marked by several crises, public health, energy, cost of living crises, and that meant that regulators had to shift their focus from those long-term objectives, such as independence, to more, putting out fires in a crisis situation. But that's probably only part of the picture. So I'd be also interested to hear from you in the audience and also from my colleagues on the panel why you think that there hasn't been much movement in the independence score. And finally, what can EU energy regulators learn? So we just heard that the independence score looks really good. So we can go home, right? Actually, no. I think there are several things. First of all, just because the independence looks good today doesn't mean it can't be put under stress in the future. And especially in a context of crises, political pressures, and we heard it a couple of times today, regulators taking on new roles, going outside of their, traditional scope of action. And then secondly, the indicators, as I said earlier, they only look at the formal independence. And the lived experience of regulators can be quite a different one. And we actually heard at the NER meetings from delegates that were saying that in polls that they experience independence to be stagnating or even declining, deteriorating for them in practice. And so that shows that it's really important to see how can we go from those strong formal safeguards to a strong culture of independence to make sure that regulators really do experience an independent status in practice. And I think there are two areas of action for regulators, but also energy regulators. And the first one is proactive communication. People don't think about regulators until a plane crashes or their energy bill skyrockets. So it's really important to get ahead of that and really put out the message, what is the positive impact of the regulator on this sector and what's its value to create this trust and to justify why the regulator needs this independent status. And the second one, and we've heard this a couple of times today as well, is accountability. Independence is only one side of the coin and it needs to be paired with accountability. Actually, in the survey, we saw that there's a statistical correlation between independence and accountability. So more independent regulators tend to also be more accountable. But there is room for improvement, and the energy sector can learn from other sectors, notably the telecommunications sector, where regulators they more systematically report on achieving their strategic objectives than it is being done in the energy sector or among energy regulators. So that's one learning we can take from other sectors. There are probably many, many more things that could be said about how to strengthen the culture of independence, but I'll stop here. Just a final word from my side, perhaps. We think that this survey exercise is really valuable. It brings some important lessons for regulators, and we would like to continue it. So if anyone in the room is interested in supporting this exercise in any shape or form, please get in touch. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ulla. Any? Well, no, but I have one, maybe a couple. First, one comment. I was surprised that European Union is doing marginally better than the PAC. And here we've been insisting on independences for 15 years. And the other thing, that's my comment, but probably that's the way it is. Erwin mentioned two best practices and good practices and bad practices. Have you identified a jurisdiction with best practices? Something to look at, to study as a case study, as a best practice? Because of all sort of developed countries, right, the OECD, so I guess there is a lot to learn from others.
Thank you. So I think that, well, the EU, that's right, the EU performs much better than the PAC. I think there are a couple of reasons for this. I've pointed to some of them. EU legislation, there are directives that do, impose safeguards for independence, and that differentiates the EU from the rest of the world. And I think for good practice case studies, it's good to look at within the EU.
All right. Well, I said marginally because I was expecting, because we have legislation in other places, they vote for sheriffs and for judges. So, I was expecting, to do much, much better when I think okay, but thank you very much. Lamine, now we are looking at the Mediterranean beyond our coasts. So again, interesting experience to share, I guess.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to be part of this day, actually, and it's really interesting to see this morning session, even though I was saying, like, even when I was speaking in the coffee break, I was feeling that I am the outsider here, because it's more focused on the European side, and us in the MEDEC Association, we use actually the European lessons, and we use the European experience to help the non-European countries to achieve their objectives. And the idea of MEDEC, when it was created, is to, at the end of the day, to create an integrated market. And when we start the project as well, the first thing that we were speaking about is the unbundling of all the sector, the energy sector. And through this morning session, actually, when we were talking, one of the comments that I had in my mind, and I think actually the energy sector has like moving pace that was slow for 10 or 15 years. And then for some reason it woke up, and the pace was like so fast now that we have to deal with so many challenges that is hard even for the energy regulators to cope with all the aspects of the energy sector that we are seeing. As the picture that we saw in the ChatGPT one, it came from the grid to many aspects, and I'm sure there is even more than that at the end. For the non-European countries, actually, it's even harder. Especially, I will be speaking on the south shore of the Mediterranean, since Branislav will be more speaking on the Balkan ones as well. For the South Shore countries, it's even harder because we are speaking about like political independence and so on. But for them, they have also this aspect that they didn't reach the unbundling of their system. So the incumbent operators there still have power. In some cases, they have even more power than the political part. So it is also like another challenge that they have to deal with. In my presentation, actually, I tried to summarize the main findings of our report that is called the Regulatory Outlook, that since the creation of MEDREG, we do it every 2 years. And the idea behind it is to see the evolution of all the aspects of the regulators, not only the independence, but today we will be focusing more on the independence, and to see that are like developing their national regulatory authority. And in our report, actually, this is some of the main dimensions that we are seeing in our report. So there is the legal one, that is what is regarding the law, how it is like clearly defined, and also like what is also mandating, and if it gives also the power to enforce the decisions of the regulator, and so on. Then we have the financial one that we also saw what also CEER have been working on in their report, where you see like the income where it comes from for the regulator, and it's also its budget. Then we have the two other aspects that are like the institutional one, that is more on the decision making, and the operational one, where we speak about like the tariff decisions, and also like how to monitor the sector, and also if you have the power to issue the binding decisions, and also if you have the power to apply sanctions if there are some. Then actually, this is the year of establishment of the energy regulators in the Mediterranean region. We actually noticed that sometimes the energy regulator is established by law, but it needs some couple of years to be fully operational. And this is most of the cases in all the south shore of the Mediterranean. But also actually, where you see actually what we said, fully operational, it means also in some cases, the regulator, they had new responsibilities, new sector. So even the original law was amended, and there is a new law. For example, the case of CNMC, which started as like CNE, and then with the new law and the new sectors, they became like CNMC. Also, what is interesting also in our cases, that the gap between the year of establishment and the operation of the regulator, usually it's due to the political interference, because there is a huge gap and misunderstanding of the role of the regulator. So, for example, the best example for this is the case of Lebanon, where you see actually LCEC, that is a research center that is acting as kind of like advisory for the minister until they establish the regulator. And also in terms of obligation of the regulator, when we speak about independence, to be honest, is something that I believe that we will speak about it even in 20 years or maybe 30 years or forever, actually, because it's a notion that is really hard to define. So what we mean by independence and so on. Since we are regulators, we are using public money, so we have to let's say, to be also overseen. Like we are overseeing the energy sector, but there has to be someone that is also like checking what the regulator is doing, because at the end of the day is public money that is there. So we asked our members on their obligations, either to the government or the parliament, and in all the cases they have to report to either one of them, either the government, either the parliament. But mostly, actually, as you can see, the most common way of doing that is an annual report on their activities during the year. So there isn't anything that is much power on from the government or the parliament on the regulator. Then actually, when we speak about financial independence, we ask our members as well how they are funded, how their budget, where it comes from, and in most of the cases they have their own resources. And we even went a bit deeper to understand where these funds are coming, where this own resources they are coming, and in most of the cases they are like either license fees, and in here it's mostly a one-time fee where for each producer or someone that is asking for a license. And then we have also like a market participation fee and fines and others. In some cases, even the regulators, they can get some funding for like research or studies that they are doing as well, and also some donations and so on. So here we can see actually like in the fundings also the regulators are quite independent, but even though they are not like totally independent, because they have to submit their budgets either to the government, either to the parliament for its approval. And then when we speak about the licensing regime, the regulators, they have much power in that. In most of the countries, they are using the licensing regime, and the regulator, in 16 cases, they are issuing the licenses. In other cases where they don't issue the license, either they define and they participate in the conditions of the license, or also they report the infractions if there are some. But even here, actually, when we see like imposing the fines, not all the regulators, they have the power to impose them. So they have to go through a court, an administrative court, or so on. So the process is quite long as well. In terms of role in their operational of the regulator, we also try to focus on some of the aspects of the energy sector that we deem that is important, and we ask our regulators what they do regarding the tariff, as well as the auxiliary services, and also the access to the cross-border infrastructure. And in some regarding the tariff, in most of the cases, the regulators, they fix the methodology for the tariff or the tariff itself, but then it has to be approved either by the minister or the government or the parliament. But also in most of the cases, also the regulators, they fix the methodology, and they fix they approve as well the tariff for the transport and distribution. Then for the ancillary services and the cross-border infrastructure is much less, they have much lesser role than regarding the tariff. Lastly, also here, when we see also when we went deeper, actually, to understand the role of the regulator, how they monitor also their stakeholders, let's say, we ask our regulators what type of KPI they are monitoring and what is their role in that regard. So we split it in kind of like different segments of the energy sector. So for the power generation, transmission, distribution, and the customer services, and the regulators mostly they have a role in one of at least in all of the KPIs, but the most common one are more regarding to the consumer. So it's like the distribution, where we speak about the SAIDI and SAIFI, or regarding the consumer services when they have direct contact with their consumers. So basically, I tried like to summarize more or less the main findings of our report on that, but you can find it online on our website where it is much more detailed. Also, it goes like by country and country. The challenges that I would say for us is more that since the most of the countries are not, they didn't reach the unbundling of their sector. I think they somehow, I would not say confused, but they are confused at the end of the day, because actually they have to deal with the unbundling, they have to finalize the unbundling, but same time they want to have to be more integrated in the European market, so they have to follow with the priorities of the European, let's say, what is coming out of the European Commission. So they have to follow the hydrogen, they have to follow digitalization, they have to follow smart grids and so on, but they didn't reach yet, which I would say the base, that is the unbundling of the market. So in a way, there is like many things that are going in the same time, and probably it's something similar to what you had said in the morning, that from the European Commission there is so many topics that are coming to the European regulators. From the non-European regulators, there are also like so many subjects that they have to follow as well. So in a way, this really fast pace that is taking in the energy sector is a challenge that is all the regulators are facing, and one of the solutions, it will be like to lease a bit, let's say, the easy a bit their responsibilities, also to have more funding, to have recruit more people, more personnel. That is a much easier way. But probably we will meet each other like maybe in 10 years, and we will be speaking about the independence as well for the future. So that's all for my presentation.
Thank you very much. Hopefully
Thank
not. Any? No. So we meet in 10, hopefully in 10 years, and we won't be speaking again. Any comment? I have a couple.
Yes.
If I may. The first thing is because your data shows the whole of MedReg, and the
Yes.
whole of MedReg is made of two parts, right? The northern rim and the southern eastern rim.
Yes.
So I'll have a question later on for you on what is the challenge. I mean, you mentioned the challenge of the, say, southern and eastern rim regulators is mostly to do a lot of things at the same time.
Yeah.
I think that actually the role of the regulator is equal, if not more important, if you don't have unbundling, because then the incumbent might have other ways of discouraging new entrants, which they would not have if they had unbundled. So I think the role of regulator is more with a sort of vertically integrated than without, almost. No, my question is, so beyond that, when it comes to independence, what is the main challenge for the regulators in the southern and eastern rim of the Mediterranean?
Yeah.
And, sort of commenting on your other sort of conclusion that they have a lot to do, indeed, but there is plenty of experience to be shared from elsewhere. And I think Eula beforehand. So what is, for the southern and eastern rim of the Mediterranean, what is the main concern about independence?
Yeah. As I started the presentation, their main problem is that usually this independence, what we mean by independence, because when you go like to the southern countries, it's still vertical. So the ministers, the incumbent operators, they still have power, and they want to keep that power. And so when we speak about like their role of the regulator in some countries, they don't have the fully independence to operate. They can do all the steps. When they arrive to the enforcement of their decisions, it's blocked either by the minister, either the incumbent operator. Actually, like this morning, I'm following actually the crew, and I saw that they imposed a fine on an operator because he didn't want to communicate some information to the commission, which probably will never happen in the South Shore countries. If the incumbent operator will not communicate information, it will be blocked, because even if it arrives to the ministry or something like that, it will still either blocked, either will remain for further time. Then when you spoke about like there is a lot of experience around, they can learn from it and do it. There is also a kind of trust issue, especially when we speak about the southern shore countries with the European north shore of the countries with the European. There is kind of like trust issue that we didn't reach that. In one of our events, like a couple of years ago, like just after the energy crisis and so on, one of our members from the South Shore, and he said to us like, why we should actually unbundle and why we should do all of this if the European now they're thinking about redesigning the market and they're also making subsidies to support their people when there is this crisis. So for them, they thought that the European market should be like open, it should be like liberated, so there is no subsidies and everything. And then from one day to another, there was like subsidies after the crisis. So they were like saying like, so why we should do it, you know, like so this trust issue that we still have, this is actually what we are trying to do. We try trying to go with an idea that we don't want to impose the guidelines or like the law that is in Europe, but we want to find a middle way where we can all reach together and we can have an integrated market, because at the end of the day they are not binded to do the laws or like the of the European countries. So this is what we are trying to do, which is actually quite challenging. It will take bits of time, but to be honest, in the last years we see that there is even much more trust. There's much more advancement when you see in terms of renewables. Like now, actually, the idea changed, because now the South Shore, they see it as Europe can be a market for us. So let's develop renewables. Maybe we can sell it to Europe, you know. So they are trying to. It's changing a bit by bit. Maybe it will be much easier than before, and maybe even this will facilitate for the regulators, because if they will see that, they will go to their minister, to governments, and they will say like, look, if we want to achieve that, we have to have more the power. We have to be more independent to regulate the sector.
Okay, thank you very much.
No,
That's
thank
very
you.
interesting.
If I may.
Yeah.
Very interesting, the MedReg example. I was asking myself what could be the role of the regulator in a market that is not fully open like we understand it in Europe.
Yeah.
And from what I understand right now, you are speaking about interconnection. So this is one of your tasks, to interconnect.
Yeah.
But the question is whether you really act in order to develop a fair competition.
Yeah.
Is there the possibility for newcomers to come in? And I have the impression perhaps not really the role of the regulator, which is one of the core tasks of European regulators, that we create an atmosphere, climate that allows for competitors to come in and compete. Would the role of the regulators in those regions be to identify the costs and be more efficient? So to put pressure on the regulated entities, one or two, and to look at their costs and try to incentivize them to be more efficient. So that would be another way for the regulator to interact in the market. But from my opinion, to be honest, totally different than what we have here. It's not possible for you to, from my understanding, to implement one-to-one the system that we have in Europe, because we have competition. We want to have the more competitors, the better.
Yeah.
We don't have it everywhere, but this is what we strive to do.
Yeah, actually, it's a really interesting point of view. Actually, since in Europe we have this, like you said before, like it works as a pack. So in the other countries, they are focused on their national priorities, on their national strategies. So in this case, it depends. If I would speak of my origin country, where I was working for the regulator in Algeria, the competition is like one of the less priorities. For them is more to ensure the security of supply and to go on the long-term perspectives. If you go to other countries, because Algeria is a specific country where they have like natural gas, so it's like they feel more safe than the others. However, if you go to the other countries such as like Morocco, Egypt, Jordan, they tend to incentivize for more competition, even though actually when you see even for the unbundling, they're more open than the Algerian market, especially for the production, where you see there is like a lot of private producers, like they have also IPPs and so on. So they tend to want to have this competition to use it for renewables, because they need also to secure their energy of security of supply. But however, it's true that the objectives at the end of the day are different, completely different from the European countries. For example, energy efficiency for us, we start working on that only the last years, because before these southern countries, they didn't care about it. For them, they were like, I don't even have enough energy. So energy efficiency for me now is not a problem. I need to have more energy, and then I will speak about energy efficiency. And what happened is that actually we started like doing some work on it because the European Commission were talking about energy efficiency, and they are in the directives and so on. So we also introduced that to the countries. But it's true that it's completely different point of view, and it's all focused on the national priorities. So each country has its own way of doing, let's say. And the role of the regulator, it depends on that because they have to follow the national strategies. So if you go like to Algerian one, they are more focused on the planning, long-term planning, provisions, and the security of supply. If you go like to the ANRE, which is like the new regulator in Morocco, they are more on facilitating the licensing. They even ask us like how they do licensing and tariffs as well, and also like how to have more renewables. If you go like to Jordan, because it's a country that's kind of like reached their limit in renewables, they are speaking about like energy storage, which is like completely different than the other countries. So you see that it's completely different. And what is the good thing that we have inside MADREG is that actually for us, we don't take directly, let's say, the European laws, but we go to the European country itself. So because the countries, they have this connection when we have meetings and so on, and they will see like, for Morocco, for example, they were like, the French case, actually, it was interesting for us, and we want to do support activities with the French. So it's more like country by country and not like European to theirs.
Yeah. So thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Now we move to our eastern neighbors, Bratislava, the energy community, the experience with independence.
Sorry. Thank you very much for this kind invitation and for the opportunity to talk a bit about the NRA independence in our region. So, So Energy Community is an organization established by the Energy Community Treaty 20 years ago. Actually, in Athens, we celebrate this summer 20 years of Energy Community Treaty that brought together, on one side, European Union, on the other side, Energy Community contracting parties, being Western Balkans, 6 countries, and Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia on the east. To create pan-European energy markets and to advance energy transition. When it comes to the NRA independence and everything else related to the regulatory framework, our regulators are led by the same directives as in the EU. So we have electricity directive and we have gas, though old gas directive coming from third package. But in terms of NRA independence, the legal background is the same, as well as you will see all the open issues mentioned previously by Nadia and by all participants actually here. So when we tackle NRA independence in the contracting parties, we do this from 2 sides, so to say. One institution of the energy community is the Secretariat, based in Vienna, that monitors regularly independence of NRA, and we have once in a year annual implementation report. This is our treaty obligation, where among other energy sector reforms, we follow up on the independence and the tasks of the institutions. We have also state aid competition and statistics authority tackled there, but the most prominent one with the most of work devoted to is indeed energy regulators. And this is once a year, as I said. And we have the other kind of support that we do that is more agile, so to say. And this is our individual assessments based on the request. So sometimes energy regulators, when they identify the issue of independence, they address the Energy Community Secretariat asking for support. So what do we do there? Sometimes we write letters to different institutions in the country. We have here very often the support of European Commission or EU delegations in Western Balkans and also in Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. We also do individual assessments, more thorough assessments than the annual one in the big report. And there, this is also a brave thing to do for the regulators when they identify a possible issue with their independence and address the Secretariat, we then look more deeply. Then we look into everything. And sometimes we find out something that was not maybe the intention when they provided their request, but they are still happy to do so. And this is used mostly for the internal purposes in their countries, that they can show, look, this is an individual assessment, and do something about that. In addition to Secretariat, we have Energy Community Regulatory Board. So this is the institution of the energy community that I like to say is something between ACER and CEER. It has the tasks and obligations of ACER. However, the organization of work is more similar to CEER because we have in the Secretariat one small unit that we call ECRB unit that is devoted to the work. But we also rely a lot on the work of regulators that is voluntarily, so to say. And this is also linked to their capacities. Unfortunately, as I will say also afterwards, once again, they do not have enough capacities for their work on national level, let alone in the ECRB. So we have ECRB meets regularly on working group levels, but also on the plenary board level, and they always discuss issues. So this is always complain about issues that pop up and then provide advices to each other. Sometimes out of that, the ECRB report is being requested, as it happened last year. So we did a survey. So what we look at is no surprise at all, of course, for all of you regulators. We look into the legal distinction setup and the areas of regulation, independence in decision-making, enforcement of decisions, board members, appointment dismissals, human resources, and financial independence, as previously also mentioned. So we identify issues in all these aspects, of course. The most issues appear in the field of independence on decision-making, and of course the most controversial one, board members, appointment and dismissal, a lot of issues there on weekly basis, more to say. We also have issues with human resources, of course, and financial independence. But I will, when talking about recommendations, tackle some of these findings also here. So while it is clear that cooperation with all stakeholders is required, accountability is mentioned many times today here, the freedom in decision-making is required. We have some interesting creative ideas by different institutions in some countries how to endanger, so to say, decision-making process of the regulators. So to maybe name some of the examples here. For example, in one of the contracting parties, the regulator was supposed to determine the capacity limits for renewable energy. They were not doing that, but then another institution that is completely not in charge of that topic issued a decision on that. And the reason why, to provoke the action of the regulator. So maybe it was maybe the cause was right one. We don't know, but interesting example. Then we have another interesting example. This is delays in publications. So in some contracting parties, when the regulator adopts a decision, it becomes valid only upon publication in the official journal, and then official journal that doesn't publish. We had these cases, and this is clearly interference. The only reason behind that was to postpone the validity of that decision. We also see sometimes parliaments not approving the annual reports. This is usually sending a signal to the NRAs, and this is signal of some political maybe collision between the institutions. We have another recommendation, and this is for the NRAs to consider developing a long-term strategy. Usually they don't have it, and I see also that Jola mentioned in her presentation that this is something that they look into. This is not a legal requirement, of course, and sometimes someone might say, yeah, why long-term strategy? Because you have your legal obligations and your tasks there, why would you do strategy? This is someone else to do so. But maybe you can call it differently, not a strategy, but a programmatic document. It would increase the independence. Why? Because it would show the voice of the regulator. It would show that the regulators are there, important instrument in one country for market reforms, energy market reforms. It will include predictability, increase transparency of the regulatory work, and in that way also increase the independence. Then another one is for NRAs to assess the need for additional employees and capacity buildings, and governments and parliaments not to put obstacles to this. Indeed, they put obstacles to this in many of our contracting parties. We have new electricity integration package adopted in the contracting parties. We have REMIT Light, as we call it, without CEER involvement, still applicable in our countries. However, our survey showed that the increase of staff in the energy field did not increase almost at all. So a huge amount of new tasks and the same number of people. We even saw a decline in one country. So, and we have also on the paper by the law that governments and parliaments have the role when it comes to human resources employment. So it is not left to the regulator only to decide what they need for their future work. They also need to go through some other processes. And then this is the next one, is staff recruitment procedure should be done by NRAs. This is already mentioned. And then the annual budgets of the NRA should be adopted in time and in the amount needed for fulfilling the tasks. In time here, this is interesting. We had a lot of cases where the annual budgets, adoption of the budgets was in delay. What does it mean? This means that the regulators were working based on the previous budgets, so no increase for eventual new staff, for earning capacity building, for studies if they need based on new tasks, etc. So this is not a good example. And also in the amount, of course, amount should reflect the amount of work that is obligation of the regulators. Often it is not. We had here also certain issues with the salary levels. Sometimes the other institutions do not recognize the importance of NRA work, and ministries of finance are not always cooperative in this regard. They do not see the peculiarity of energy regulator, and they do not recognize that it needs to require very competent staff and to keep it for a long period of time. And with that, I would close presentation for today and ready open for any questions.
Thanks a lot, Branislava. I think quite an interesting list of things that should be avoided, so to speak, but clearly they are more difficult to avoid, but very interesting. Including the fact that the official journal refuses or delays. I mean, the first time I hear, I have to say, another institution sort of rushing to take on right responsibilities to prompt the right one to act. I think it's any question, any comment on? Yeah, please.
Thank you. Just one question. Unfortunately, I'm not that familiar with the legal framework of the energy community. But basically, the members of the contracting parties of the energy communities are obliged to transpose the third package, gas, electricity as well. Does the Secretariat have similar jurisdiction like the Commission? If there is lagging behind with the transposition, can you sanction them, or are there any tools? Because we heard that Commission has some tools. Infringements, as we learned, are more for the futures, but still Commission can do something. Can the Secretariat do something? Do you have that jurisdiction? And if you have initiated such a process, what was the outcome? Did you struggle much? Did you have a result? Or just a few words about it, because I'm curious about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. Yes, indeed, we have in gas third package, we have in electricity already clean energy package, so to say, the new directive and the electricity regulation. So market coupling is ongoing. In terms of legal jurisdiction, Unfortunately, this is not so ideal. I mean, we have our ministerial council has a certain role, so we can infringe. There is an infringement procedure. This is somehow very slow. It takes some years, and I assume this is with European Commission similar. We do not have courts. A court of justice has no ingerence over the contracting parties, so the only court, so to say, is the Ministerial Council of the Energy Community. And then, even if the case is put forward, opening letter, reason requests, etc., there are no sanctions. The sanctions are rather institutional, so eventually contracting party can be excluded from decision-making process. But this never happened so far. Because when they vote in the ministerial council, also they support each other also. So even if there is a long and persistent breach in one field, they support each other. So we do not have exclusions from voting rights. But indeed, in the case of NRA independence, we never had a concretely case on that.
Branislav, I have a question for you and for you, Erwin. You were speaking about a long-term strategy for the NRA. I'm not aware about a long-term strategy at our regulator. I don't know if others have, but that's an interesting idea, actually. What we have is a legal mandate. So the law says you have to do this. But to have a strategy, it's not clear to me what it means. We have a CEER strategy. It's not a long-term one because it's going for 3 or 4 years, but that's it. Could you perhaps explain this? And to you, Erwin, I very much welcome that BEREC is so interested in the independence of its member. I would love to hear CEER also, I would say, come up with this kind of involvement of NRA's life. So that's very interesting to hear. That would be interesting to hear. What is your perspective in looking at the independence of your members, the independence principles of your members? Because that could be something we could, forward to CEER potentially to look at.
Okay, thank you, Nadia. So long-term strategy, maybe the wording can be also a bit different. We were discussing this, how to put this present. So this recommendation is not strictly related to the implementation of the energy community legislation, so to say. It is not directly linked with the NRA independence, but it is seen, and it was seen by our regulator as maybe a supporting activity that would bring the voice of regulators a bit on the top, because as mentioned also here by other participants, regulators are seen only when something happens. But maybe some kind of programmatic document or something that regulator shows to the stakeholders in the country what they would like to do, how they see the energy market in the middle term, let's say, doesn't necessarily have to be long term, would maybe even bring the cause of regulators on the top and make them a more relevant partner in discussions of energy sector reforms. Many of them tend to, this of course depends and changes over time, but many of them tend to look in the legislation, and this is my job. I will keep low profile on that. And if not needed, I will not be visible. But we think that it should be different. And that being independent, being independent means being vocal about your work and standing for it. And strategy is maybe one way to do it. Like communication tool. Exactly, communication tool. Yeah.
Just let me also answer to this question also very shortly. That at BEREC we have a medium-term strategy. It's just 3-5 years for a 3-5 years period, and based on this document, we are making a annual work plan. But I think that just really creating a longer-term strategy really wouldn't make any sense because the markets, so in the energy sector and also in electronic communication sector, is really just changing so fast that this is really, it really wouldn't make any sense to do this. At home in Hungary, we also have a strategy, but this is a very, very high level of strategy. It is about principles, but not about how we are going to allocate the 700 megahertz bands to any of the operators in the Hungarian market. Just and addressing your second question on BEREC's interests in the level of independency of our own NRAs. Actually, the purpose of this exercise is not to judging them and not to comparing them to each other. 10 years ago, there was an exercise which was carried out by ECTA, the alliance of the European competitive operators, so basically the challengers. And they really try to compare the level of independency of the different NRAs, but this is really, it was very, very problematic because it was, so you really cannot do this based on hard facts. And this is, anyway, we are not doing this. Actually, we are just trying to help NRAs to identify their own issues. And if there's a real issue, we try to help them to get engaged with the European Commission. Because by the end of the day, it is the European Commission which can step in and raise this issue at member states level. And sometimes what's happened in the last 10 years, so if an issue was identified, BEREC collectively wrote a letter to DG Connect and raised this issue, because then the individual NRA had our backing. But we couldn't do anything. We couldn't go to the national government and say that you should change this and this. But we can help the European Commission to receive all the necessary facts to do their job. Thank you.
Yes, I would have a question, a bit of a forward-looking question. I see here a formidable array of organizations that look at the independence of their members, and yet all of the categorization that we see is pretty similar. Also, the problems that come up, they ring a bell when you look at them. So I would like to know, do you see any scope maybe for a future cooperation in this range of organizations? Is there something that we can do together, be it on the level of a joint analysis probably, maybe something along the lines of best and bad practices or even recommendations, or maybe there is something in the area of training to be done. We've heard about the training of our staff to be very important. So would you think that there are fields that have a potential for us to be working together in the future?
Wants to?
Yeah, I can very short answer. Yes, definitely. Energy community is based on the same legal background. So whatever you do in CER with respect to NRA independence, we also would like to do or do already something. Maybe we also, as a secretariat, do something differently. But I think there is a space for synergies, and we would be happy to do both trainings and analysis together with you, and also with other institutions, of course, not only with CER. I would be pleased to do so.
Okay, I think we need to close. So Branislava, Yula, Lamin, and Erwin, thank you very much. I think it has been a very interesting and informative session. We now break for lunch, and we will be back here at 2 o'clock sharp because we have more interesting to come. But thanks a lot.
It depends. I think they are.
a lot of other points, but I took away those elements regarding the issue of this conference today. So, first of all, yeah, maybe a short timeline. So we have to go back into the past, and in June 2012, we introduced an appeal to the Constitutional Court regarding the non-properly transposed Electricity and Gas Directive in Belgian law. 1 year after we had the judgment of the Belgian Constitutional Court, which is also good to know, is that you can see that in 2014 the European Commission started an infringement procedure, and the outcome of that whole procedure in December 2020 was a decision of the European Court of Justice. That's the third point in my presentation, who will explain the third element, which was under fire, let's say, regarding the independence of the national regulator. So the first point, the first issue. The Belgian law established a general council, but a general council, first of all, composed by representatives of the federal government, representatives of stakeholders, generators, suppliers, and so on. So far, so good, but the general council was a body and was a part of the regulator with some competences regarding, for example, fixing the budget. They had to approve the budget also in the past. So in our view, this was not the intention of the European legislator regarding the independency rules, and was one of the elements we took on board when we introduced an appeal. And finally, the judgment of the Constitutional Court stated that this article, the fact that they constituted a general council inside the national regulator, was not in line with the independency requirements, certainly not taking into account the competences that body had regarding the competence of a regulator. But the judgment of the court stated also that nothing against a general council, because it makes it easier to have a consultation, to have an exchange of views, to receive input, but not as a body of a NRA. So it was not correctly transposed, and the outcome was that an amendment of the Belgian law was made, and the fact was that now we have a general council, but it is no longer a body of the regulator. It's outside, even if we, because we are polite, we are assuring the secretariat of it, but they are outside the regulator, and they do not have competence, no regulatory competences. They can only ask to the regulator in a kind way, do you will produce a study regarding one or another issue, and they have the proper budget. They can also make studies and make opinions regarding the decisions or studies the regulator is making. So that's for the first point. A second element, I think it's even more important. It's regarding the tariff competences the regulator has. And when the Belgian Parliament made its law transposing the Electricity Gas Directive, they foresaw in Article 12, I will not enter into detail, some dispositions that defined the procedural steps the regulator had to take for establishing a tariffication methodology. So it was in, let's say, more or less detail defined how we had to do, how we had to work to establish a tariffication methodology. This was another element in our appeal, and the Constitutional Court stated that the content of that article was not in line with the European directive, certainly not with the aim of the European directive, with the independence requirements. And the reason is that they stated it clearly, that it was not allowed that the Belgian legislator or the legislator could intervene in the procedure of establishing tariffication methodology. So that was rather clear. And the outcome is that Article 12 from the Belgian law at that time was amended and introduced the possibility for the legislator to make some general guidance in general, a wish list. But they cannot intervene in a concrete way in the procedure, not obliging the regulator to do or to act in one or another way. As mentioned in the beginning, we had the timeline. We introduced an appeal to the Constitutional Court. It was also an infringement procedure regarding the transposition in Belgian law. And finally, there was also, at the outcome of the infringement procedure, last step was the judgment of the European Court of Justice. It's rather important also because the Belgian law foresaw that in case of unfair commercial or anti-competitive behavior, the NRA could only make a report to the minister or make an opinion or recommendation when there was an unfair commercial behavior in the market detected due to the monitoring competences we had. And we could only make a report towards the Belgian competition authority. So, and more in detail, executing the Belgian law, the royal decree foresaw the concrete actions we could undertake. We took it on board for in the appeal also in the appeal for the Constitutional Court, but the European Commission stated also that this was not in line with the directive because the competences of the regulator were limited by the Belgian law. The independence requirements were limited because we could not take any measure which we estimated as necessary to avoid unfair commercial behavior or anti-competitive behavior. And the outcome of that is that the Belgian law was also amended, and now we can take any measure, we can adopt any necessary measure at one condition, that it's proportionate to stop or to try to stop unfair commercial or anti-competitive behavior on the market. So we received now the full competences regarding the market behavior from the stakeholders. So to come to the end as a conclusion, so first of all, the regulator took the responsibility to go to the Constitutional Court, which is not always well seen by government or parliament or the decision makers, but we have done it. The result is that the national legislation was amended and the independency of the regulator was at those points preserved. On the other hand, from the European Commission, due to the infringement procedure and the whole process, we had also a judgment from the European Court of Justice. And due to the fact that we did not have all competences to take any measure if it's proportionate to respect or non-respect of the unfair commercial behavior on the competitive behavior in the market. So they stated that this was not in line with European directives. There was amendment of the Belgian law, and also on that point, the independency of the regulator was respected. So, as a general conclusion, is that independency rules for the regulator are important. Regulators can and should and must take the responsibility. Also, here we can see that it's helpful if we have an infringement procedure on the European level, because if you have a judgment of the European Court of Justice, it helps, of course. But that's a personal opinion from my side. We can have rules. We have to implement those rules. The rules has to be respected. But you have to implement it in a way, and that's personal. The personal behavior of people